Hello, welcome. Unfortunately, an hour early. I need to shift everything because I do have my family needs help with a little something. Nothing bad, but is going to be disruptive. It would be disruptive to the entire last hour of my stream, and as such, I decided that it is better if I shift the entire stream up an hour. I don't know why. I have a personally, I do want to stream about 5 hours, and it feels better if I shift it rather than just cancel an hour. 15 minutes, I don't mind as much, but if I do need to do that for a good hour, then yeah, as you see, I would prefer much to bring it over. Okay, that is not very visible. Let's do it like this. Okay. Thank you everybody for your patience. I think this is more or less fine. Maybe I do need to go a little bit higher. Hey, and I can go a little bit higher. Okay. I am guessing that in the beginning I'll be quite alone. It is not my normal stream start time, so I'm not expecting people to know to show up properly, even though I did do an announcement and all of that. It is what it is, though, and I am going to get moving once it sounds like a weird problem to have, in that I am going to be putting this framing it in as I need a third monitor. I absolutely feel like I do. It is just that, yes, screen real estate is full. And it very much feels like they don't really have enough for everything I want to display to myself, so it is what it is. Maybe at one point I'll be able to move that entire setup over and all of that, but right now that doesn't work. Okay, I think what I'll be starting out with is going through the level 6 upgrades I got the tickets for yesterday. Need we? So, some housekeeping, basically. What do we have? I don't think I had anything. Because I got the hint to go look for some fencing stuff as well. Do, do, do. Ooh, I do have quite a bit more rare stuff today. Melding in for a lot there. Okay. So, some housekeeping here. That is Stonefist. That is Stonefist indeed, and then I have and then I'm going to upgrade Silverwind here. And I can immediately push him up another level. Hello, Arctempered. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far, and thank you very much. I wish you a great day and a lot of success with your, with whatever you're doing today as well. I am having a good Sunday today. There is going to be a little switch, unfortunately, in that I do need to end stream an hour early, thus starting an hour early as well. Nothing bad, but family needs some help, and who am I to say no there? That is Thunderlord 6. And then I should have another 6 in here. It is hard to balance it because some people just have trouble being available so early, depending on where they're from. So balancing the time zones is pretty complicated, but I am doing my best. Okay. And then I should be able to go through here as well, although Sword and Shield doesn't have a Stone Fist weapon, but Dual Blade has. So that got up to 6, and then probably 7 here as well, exactly. Not all deviant weapons. There are a few that I am currently not pushing for. There might be something coming there later, but I'll... Okay. Don't have you up though. I want to go through all of the deviant weapons that I really plan on pushing. Playing a lot more of, and so Gunlance, Switch Axe, Charge Blade, and heavy bowgun. I think it's only those 4 are currently not on the grind exactly, so I will be doing some work to get some usable ones, but I think I will be sticking first and foremost with the Atal'Ghar weapon for them if they do have it. Once I have enough material to create them. Yeah, it's these 4 I haven't planned to do the Deviant's weapons on. Everything else currently gets it. And of course the corresponding gunner armor, although I think I'll be sticking mostly with this particular one. With the Glavenus one, because it does have the 2 that are for what I plan to be doing the most important for me. Okay. Updated the spreadsheet. If I do not do this in an organized manner, it's going to just result in a lot of chaos. I do know myself well enough for that. So I think I'll be going down the current needed list, starting with Dread Queen. And then see how far I get. On the list, there is a lot that I still need to hunt in order to even get close to finishing it up. We're on high, that should be fine if I do not order the supplements. Dread Queen is poison fire, so the element doesn't matter quite as much with the armor I have. But I will want to bring some antidotes just in case. Dread Queen 6. Because I am more used to antidote. And yes, Raven, I do not mind. Let me create a hub. And also, Raven, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. $19.3. That is... I didn't even think about it like that, but it might just be as simple that I can purchase one but not the other in the shop. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, for me it's this easy. I can buy the life powder here in the shop, the antidote here in the shop. I cannot buy the herbal medicine. It's indeed just that simple. It's not that I hate it. I do have some, but... Again, if I can just buy the antidotes, makes it easier. It's more convenient to keep the box stocked, and that is all there is with it for me. Yeah, I see that as well, the ancient potion. Okay. Okay, I've been running all around when all I had to do was go south in the beginning. I really thought she would be starting in one of the less hot climbs, but I'll remember that for the next one. Okay. Switching being heavily poisoned to being burned, but it's still better like this. I've tried over the years to keep her having a similar voice than what I chose back in Freedom Unite. I don't think it always worked out, and yeah, she has... Oh, come on. Jumping off here of the crest of the dune is something I'm not really used to anymore. As I said, I haven't been hunting in this particular area for a while. Yeah, there we have the tail cracked at least. Let's get some more hits on the tail. Of course, I'm just gliding out here. I took the risk, and I got punished for it. Okay. There comes the tail perfectly as she stands up as well. Okay. She's moving out. I'm going to... Hopefully... Yeah, I got the wyvern here and the tail probably. And I do see I had forgotten to switch the amulet back to my normal one. I'm still carrying the thunder resistance one. Okay, nice knockout. Okay, first one comes down. We only have a second one to go take care of. Okay. Probably... Yeah, no, it is Cephalos. Let's see whether we'll be able to have some liver tonight. Nice. And a second delicacy. Sorry. Okay, didn't knock you over. I will need to remember to bring my dusteds. I was hoping for it to crack, but I haven't hit the tail that well, so I'm not surprised at least. That was very nice of her. Okay, there we have the tail cracking. The second step now is its removal. Okay. A little earlier than would have been optimal, but not too bad. Adding a ruby to the big pile. Okay. Luckily, her stump is not all that dangerous anymore. There we are. And this is the second one. We need to have our Poppa's tickets delivered. So we can now close out the quest. And Raven is probably more than... Yeah, exactly. Fast enough. More than fast enough. Much faster than I would be. Okay. I can add 2 free tickets here. Which I did, so thank you very much for closing out the quest. And then... So that is 6, and that is 2. Okay. So, Thunder next for Silverwind. I try to shave off the mountains so that I can showcase some variety on stream, at least, that I'm not just going for the same one. And Chair, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. If you do have a quest yourself you want to do, then let us know and we can switch. Tomorrow? What is it? What is about tomorrow? Okay, that was something that Raven has asked. Yeah, I didn't see that immediately, and that's completely fine. I was just wondering what I had missed on it. Don't worry. Okay, I at least have forgotten to bring a Farcaster, even though I will probably not be the fastest one back, since I do want to carve them. Yeah, I can't say I haven't expected that, but I do feel like I should bring all of these things myself if I am accepting the quest. Even though I will be busy carving while others need not. He slowly gets knocked back here. Probably not going to be able to get the tail tip off, but I thought I had broken it at least. Monster Hunter Master Mark, hello, welcome in. Yeah, that is one very dead Silverwind. Okay. I hope that is just a disconnect. That is unfortunate. Congratulations on your Malzeno expedition. That sounds a bit weird. Maybe I haven't used the feature in Rise, but congratulations on the mantle. I do know that you can join maps as you can in the older games where you just go onto the map without any specific targets as a gathering quest in GU. Maybe they meant that. I wish you the best with Amatsu. But at least it's not GU Amatsu. Although I think I have heard that some people are, because of their weapon choices, and so do think Rise Amatsu harder than GU. But I might be mistaken or misremembering that exactly. Okay. Yeah, I do think of him as easier. Although I'm not sure whether Tiro was talking about Amatsu specifically, but she has already expressed the opinion that some monsters for a hammer user at least are harder in Rise than they have been in earlier games. Specifically GU. Depending on how you mean that, I'm not going to be able to agree. I do think that as a general package, GU is the better game. I am going to admit to a very big bias of preferring the older style of Monster Hunter. I have started in Freedom Unite and it's been a series. No, I started in Freedom, but I really got going in Freedom Unite actually. But I do like the older style better. Rise, though, is my favorite out of the 3 modern Monster Hunter games. And privately, I'm giving Wilds now with the PC upgrades a little bit more time and see if it could win me over when I was first playing it. I did not enjoy it as much as I was hoping for. Okay, I'm getting hit there. And Narga has decided to give up the ghost now. Okay. Okay, Raven has closed the quest out. Thank you very much. I would not have made it. Especially if I do go solo on these quests again, I do have absolutely to remember to bring them. It is just something... Well, I'm not sure if that would have been possible for her, but if she had marveled, she wouldn't have disconnected, that is true. Or she wouldn't have DC'd, let's put it like that. Okay, next up is Crystal Beard. And it is more deliver Paul Pass ticket level stuff. If now we could make it an official time just like UTC, that would be quite fun. Well, I do think there is going to then be some discussion needed whether you are going to use one or the other abbreviation. Although, if I am going to put an opinion down, I would say that since CBT, standing for Charge Blade Time, is more universally applicable in Monster Hunter, that generality may get priority over the more specific one, a more specific use. So, let's hurry up the volcano before Raven has to deal with this one all by himself. Maybe now having Raven as a hammer user here, I can get a crack on the maw again. I am not 100% certain if you need a hammer. I know that for the normal Uragan, at least, you do not need a hammer in order to crack the jaw. And I don't know whether it is an issue of not being able to meet the threshold or not being able to crack it because using a sharp implement rather than a blunt one. Thank you, Raven. Oh, bloody hell, I was hoping... my attack there would have been enough. I am not alone this time. Getting hit with the entryway curse. Not again, bloody hell. I haven't done the statistic to verify it, but ever since Freedom Unite, I felt like I really had an issue with entryways getting pushed out of them or moving and rolling out of them when I don't want to. Okay. Okay, there is the tail. Du-du-du. Okay, that is the first member down. Luckily, unlike the Fury Hair from Red Helm, you can get the Crystal Jaws in the rewards as well. CBT in that context is Charge Blades should be impact. Maybe you'd like them to be like the Lances, the both cutting and impact. But okay, fair enough. Okay, so you have impact and another flavor of Charge Blades. It seems to me though that we have a I'm not sure. Why did I evade so early? Okay, I probably will not have a meaningful addition to that particular Charge Blade discussion. For Charge Blade should be impact sounds I don't know. I think I personally prefer CBT for Charge Blade time, but I do not have any good argument why it should be the case. I cracked up something there. Okay. Got one. Got one jaw crack. I am already very happy with that, as it is something that I personally cannot do on my own, even if I really focus on it. Again, I'm not sure whether it is the lack of rate of damage or the wrong type of damage onto the jaw. Luckily, it is not a critical issue. But it's been very nice to see the to see the break once again. Okay, I'm guessing Impact has the higher damage potential or output. I do understand that a lot of people are of the opinion that raw damage, at least in GU, is superior to elemental damage. I haven't sat down and taken a look at it that closely. Okay, Deadeye is fine. Next one is Dread King. He's up here. Okay, this one I will not be needing a Farcaster since it is not a Paw Pass delivery quest end, but I am going to eat for Thunder Resistance. And I will be bringing a few flash bombs for Rathalos himself. Yeah, it is something I am wondering about. I know that I know those matchups a lot better in Freedom Unite. I've not sat down as much here, but in Freedom Unite you needed fire element damage in order to be able to crack Blangonga's teeth or ice respectively if you were fighting Copper Blangonga. You definitely needed impact for the Hermitau shell breaks. What else did you have? I'm probably not remembering all of the specific things. I'll be remembering if I get them. So, okay, impact is needed for Crystalbeard. I do know that the normal Uragan can have his chin broken with cutting. Which I actually don't really mind. I do know that if you want to break Barioth's crown, you also need impact damage. I do actually think that it gives the monsters a nice addition of flavor, and for that I quite like these element or damage type specific breaks. As for not many people playing Charge Blade, I am not sure why that would be the case. I know that it is in general one of the less played weapons, but yeah, poor Astalos doesn't really have a big chance here. Haven't received poison damage from him in such a long time. Thank you, that was not actually the reason I did not come in. I, in general, dislike it when another monster comes in to make a cluster truck like this. Okay. I will not need the Astalos material. So let's go focus on the main target here. I do like shinies though. Okay. Okay. I think we had at least one crack of one of the wings, which should allow us to reduce his flying escapades. Okay, I'm not sure how I got pushed out here. Again, though, I am not surprised. Ah, bloody hell. Sorry. Okay. That is Rathalos down. A ruby for the pile. And some Dread King specific material. Oh, yes, absolutely. And then, especially... I see an especially big shift if a lot of people in 4U have been playing previous versions as well, and then they might be switching back to a weapon they used previously after the weapon they switched to has gotten a big nerf. I have been sticking with it with the longsword through thick and thin though. Although I don't think that the longsword ever got any big nerfs compared to other weapons. So, Ice next. I'll be bringing Ice Element next to go against Thunderlord. And the poor Gendrome is hopefully not going to be an annoying issue. In the arena, though, I'll be fetching myself a quick 3-stack here. And some rations. Okay. That was a quite painful experience suddenly. Oh, okay. They're not pluses as I was expecting. Thank you for the health boost, though. Okay. Another one down here. Yes, since he has not yet disappeared, I'll be bringing these scarves home as well. Okay, very nice. I'll be bringing that as well for my melding project. I'm currently looking at 2 talismans to get. One fencing for Mind's Eye and the other one for handicraft. Handicraft is the more interesting one, and since we're switching over to Grimclaw, and that is another Poor Pass ticket 1, although I do need to remember to bring hot drinks. Last time I didn't, and I was left shivering on top the mountain. I don't really need to worry about the element I'm eating for. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having been here as well. I hope you're having a lovely rest of your Sunday. And yeah, I hope that you're going to have good luck and the best for the endeavors of the rest of your day as well, Ark. This time it is chair with the slightly advantageous spawn. That is something I'm actually missing in Rise, that you will always spawn in at camp rather than randomly being dropped somewhere on the map. Okay. Not even getting the charge I was hoping for, but got the tail off. Okay, that was a very quick death once we really started to take him apart. I do worry that for the other one, it's not going to be a very comfortable appearance. But I do have to say that this is one very impressive skybox. Monster Hunter has always done them very well, but this really gives the feeling being basically on top of the world. Haven't been, but I think that the view from the top of the Himalayas may look something like this. Okay, there comes the tail. Getting scraped from behind there. Rolled too early there. Thank you very much. And this is another Tigrex down here. Yeah, both did not really stand a chance. Thank you very much for closing out the quest. We have the backside of the mountain. Let me see. Okay. I made it up, but the camera position is not very conducive to show the view. I remember in Freedom Unite struggling with that secret entrance, for you have been asked to bring a flag up there, which is hot, and another few side quests where you had to go fetch Kezu larvae from the leftover of the molding of Kushala Daora. I'm not sure if it still looks like that or whether they changed the appearance. The flag is hot indeed. And now we have some Hellblades. No, that is not quite what I wanted to bring. It's more like this. Come on. I also do remember the treasure quests, the treasure hunting quests you had in Freedom Unite, where you had, in 20 minutes, you had to collect and prepare as many points as possible. One of the big points was that they had locked off certain areas and you couldn't bring any items, so you really had to know the area or learn the area well, because they had some changes in which you had to go fetch the barrels to open up locked areas and all of that, do some item carrying stuff. I am still not a fan of the egg quests. But you did get some rewards for okay. Waiting far too long there. Which, though we didn't do them terribly often, had some impact onto your guild card back then, because if you found all of the high value items, you'd be getting them recorded on the guild card. Although I don't think I ever sat down to fill up the first guild cards on the first save completely. No tail cut, but he is crashing down already. And I'll be adding some nice materials. But most importantly, at the end of the quest, I'll be adding 2 more tickets. Those are not bad value. It's not bad value for carves, but I doubt you need them. So we'll be adding them onto the pile. That is absolutely fair. I can't really help you with tips for the hammer, but feel free to use them, and I hope you're getting a lot of good practice in. Okay, he's flying every which way here at the moment. Yeah, okay. Not much of any chance here. I think, yeah, Chair is having some... We're both having trouble with some of these bloody Uptonoth. Okay, I got all the carves. I think she got them as well, but I can't... Thank you very much, Raven. Okay, that's a second liver. But these idiots... are quite unfortunate. I don't know why they feel like they need to be this aggressively defending their territory. More often than not, it is to their detriment, as they then will be removed, at least by the hunters. And I'm guessing that for a lot of big monsters, an aggressive plant eater is a quick meal. And while that may not be the case for Gendromo, so they are not only looking to be belligerent with those. Okay, let's have a crab next. That would be thunder. As the main element. Stone Fist. That would make for a striking armor set. I think I am... No, I already accepted the quest. What am I thinking about? Let's bring some water resistance, even though it is not strictly necessary. We're not anywhere troublesome? No. But I do want to bring a Farcaster. Okay. That's not a bad spawn in. But I do not need that. That seems very much more a US name at least. But then it may be the English name as well, and we're just unaware of it. Okay, fair enough. I have heard of that. So, more of being unaware on how it translates properly. Okay, and that's the claw. And the crab is dragging himself away, unfortunately. Didn't require much more ministrations before giving up the ghost. It is always a little bit surprising when you're watching people aim, how smoothly you aim in person, but then how abrupt the movement is in comparison. For the team members watching, okay, let's get off from the slippy slidey sand. I was hoping to take another way around, but for some reason that was blocked. There we go. Dropped a shiny over here. Thank you very much for closing out the quest. Yes, Chefalos. Yeah, it's not really something common. At least around where I live. I think it's more common in the Netherlands. I've seen it there, but less so around where I live. Quickly going through the bakeries. That's not too unsurprising, I want to say. And we're coming back full circle over to Dread Queen. This time I do want to remember to bring the usual talisman. No, let's fetch the quest first. And even here it is another Poor Pass ticket one. Again, I do also want to remember the antidotes. Last time, those were pretty important to have. Okay. And we'll be on our way to kill the second Dread Queen. Well, third Dread Queen. Second quest round. But they will be Dread Queens 3 and 4. It's a mistake. I will be repeating quite a bit. I usually consider one quest equal to one big monster kill. And then when it's a double like this, I do just tend to forget to count properly. That is a very, very strong song on the hunting horn for Dread Queen. I do not get lucky with my backswings. She does not want to keep still though. Not that I can strongly blame her. Okay, trying to get around to the tail. Of course, she's too far into the entrance. Okay, well, at least we cracked the tail here. No, why did I do that? Okay, of course she hit me there. And while she's not doing a lot of damage, I'm not keeping her from flying away. She should have landed over here. Of course, of course. not as I was hoping. I was hoping to get the tail. Although that is currently more for ease of battle rather than tail collection requirements. As so often you do build a little bit of a order on how you do things. At least I do. I can imagine that for some other weapons, like a hammer or so, it doesn't matter as much. You want to get hits in on the head as much as possible. Okay, let me see if we can get... We got a liver before Rathian despawned. Got 2 actually. Okay. Happy for the status effect negation. Okay, let's see if I can... There's the crack. Crack, crack, crack. There is the tail of Rathian number 4. Okay. That is another ruby. That might be my third one already. I'm not sure. I have somewhere in the memory that today I got already 2. And despite the closeness, of course, no chance. Okay. Up to 4, and then we'll be going silver, basically the order as we had it on the first time again. Silverwind. You have a look, we're not quite that in. Yuka, thank you very much for the hydrate. And thank you for the posture check as well. I hope you're having a great Sunday so far. Since no elemental attacks, it doesn't really matter which attack up I'm eating for. Yeah, no, there's nothing to really take into consideration in a special way. And now to Nargacuga, 3 and 4 as well. And I do think that Narga is a really one of Monster Hunter Team's masterpieces here. Oh, the poor one. No chance of getting up anywhere here. Okay, I'm not really getting a lot of movement here. Being stuck between his head and wing. Okay. Still haven't gotten the tail tip off, and of course, he's standing too far in the entrance. Okay, there we go. And with that, we also avoided him running away, and I see that we are having a that we have ads running, and I want to thank everybody for their patience with and during those ads. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we did need some time to figure him out in his debut game. He was... So, you had Tigrex being introduced in Freedom 2, and then Nargacuga being introduced in the expansion Unite. Also Freedom Unite. Tigrex, as you might know, is rather straightforward in his behavior. Charging a lot, and I remember the very first fight we had in a team with him where he really made us run around a lot. And not only has he a very nice looking armor in that and subsequent games, but he is also quite, from the skills, quite nice, and it was indeed that armor with that combination of skills that made me really double down on the evasive playstyle. I know that it's not always working out because I am taking too many risks. Even if I do know the timing well. There we go. That's back to red charge, and yeah, basically ever since I've really enjoyed fighting him. Hero, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. This is Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. And the style I am using is the Adept style, focused on... Bloody hell. Focused on evading and then countering. Okay, that's the last Karov. Countering, and it is actually a requirement. You only get to increase your color charge by hitting the monster or a monster with a successful backswing. I think it was called Helm Splitter in later games. Yeah, and as I was talking about, it's actually thanks to Narga, I do like that style so much. And Tira, hello. Welcome in, good morning. I hope you had a good night. And you might have read it already, but I am unfortunately stopping about an hour earlier than normal. It's unfortunate, but I do have... family needs a little bit of help, and it is going to be disruptive to the entirety of the last hour, so... yeah, I'm going to be doing it like this. Our next hunt is going to be a repeat of Crystal Beard, so 3 and 4 of Crystal Beard. So it cooled down compared to yesterday during the day. I do hope that it warms up again though. You had quite a bit of inclement weather, so I do hope that that improves. It got up to 23, so while it was still freezing, it was a lot warmer. Okay, let me get the correct exit. So we can quickly make our way up to the caldera of this volcano. Congratulations and thank you very much for a 25 stream streak. It does mean a lot to me to have you come by so regularly. There we go. That is indeed something I do like to see of Uragans. Okay, that was bad timing. And that is a big knockout. Followed by a jaw break, I'm guessing. Yep, that looks very much like a smashed jaw. Okay, and there is the tail cut as well. And that is the first Uragan slain. Okay, for some reason I've completely miscounted the number of carves I have. And here is the smashed chin with a nice treasure nugget. Okay, I'm going to be knocking a few more minerals out of this deposit. There it's fading. Basically, I wanted to say until the Uragan corpse starts to fade, showing that the second one is close to appearing. And I will trade that damage for As a longsword user, every second monster I do feel a little bit sorry for, because longswords increase their damage by a lot as you manage to power them up. So in multi-monster fights, the second one does not have the chance that I do need to first charge my power. I don't think we managed to break the jaw this time, but there was not really the time for it. We killed it pretty quickly. No, cliffhanger does not change the number of carves. Nor do I have a skill that does that. Okay, thank you very much for closing out the quest for us, Raven. Okay. I'll be doing some very quick housekeeping before we move on to a indeed second Dread King and Astalos. No. I can all use you to at least meld stuff, so I'll be keeping them, and that is the housekeeping I am going to quickly do before we go on. So, melding pot, claim. There was one with a +10 that I didn't quite see, but yes, Fabled. Stamina Drain, I think I already have one of those. Stamina Drain, that is unfortunately not possible anymore. Or those are no amulets I want to meld. Okay, and I'll be doing the box cleanup later on. That's fine. I'm not ideally equipped for Astalos, but that is fine. Let's see if I do have... Nah. But seriously, with how much luck I had... There we go. Was a bit too gung-ho here. Almost left without chair. That would have been embarrassing. And I have a pretty long way ahead of me before reaching the first of the two. I don't think we'll have the luck of... Although... So I don't think we'll have the opportunity to kill Astalos before Rathalos arrives flying over. But then again, a heavy bowgun can do a lot of DPS. Okay. Rathalos has landed. And Astalos was in an unhappy position and didn't manage to flee. Ah, bloody hell. That flinch was unfortunate. I'm not sure what Raven was blinking for. Okay, we cracked the tail. That is good. Well, I am getting snacked on. Not that it is terribly painful, but okay, no, that was... of course, Rathalos is going to spit fire and fly backwards. I mean, what else was I expecting? Not even getting the tail. Okay, I'll be picking up the shiny. I might... Dread King is my least favorite of the deviants, and we are in accord. Well, I try not to hate anything, but I do dislike Dread King quite a bit. Okay, let's see if I can get the tail. No. Not a chance. If I do think about it, he may be the most easily gunned. But then again, he is quite nimble in the air, and that might not make for a comfortable gunning experience either. In Freedom Unite, where I have the most gunning experience, I'm either fighting Fatalis, which is not the most nimble of monsters, or Lavasioth in the corner, stuffing myself into a corner at the exit where he physically cannot get into, so removing a lot of his possible attacks there. I usually use my longsword, even with how suboptimal it is. Oh, that is actually very nice. That's an additional level 6 ticket. Pushing that up to 5. And we had a really small Astalos. That's nice. The next one, the monster itself is less annoying, but he has an annoying friend with him. The Thunderlord on this level again has that Gendrome. I do have to say, though, that Gendrome did not... that he was quite decent last time. He did not try to constantly paralyze me. It was in Freedom Unite. I think it was the One-Horned Demon King quest. I do know that I was fighting Diablos Black Diablos, and I got paralyzed by Genprey. I think a total of 6 times that quest. It was quite annoying. And I would, as usual, leave them quite alone, but they decided that no, we're not. They didn't want that. They didn't want me. They preferred a very angry Diablos. Although in the end, they did not avail them. Okay. Maybe, just maybe, I should not have said anything. I really maybe shouldn't have said anything. Okay, I did not realize that Thunderlord had fallen asleep, but it was, I think, Gendrum that woke him back up. If not, I do apologize. And I'm happy to hear that you should have an about equally warm day as yesterday again. Okay, that's Gendrome down. And I will need to look out for more sleeps. Okay, again. I absolutely hit on him when I probably shouldn't have. I did feel like, okay, if he's jumping into Thunderlord, I can have a hit on maybe both. Didn't realize he had fallen asleep and I should not have hit him. Again, I'll try to do better next time, and I'll try to keep an eye out for more of those possibilities. Stop sleep being a surprise to me. At least I'll try. From how I saw it, it looked like that as well. But had it been me, I did not realize even after Gendrum had hit him, so that is where I do want to keep that in mind, that it is indeed a possibility, and that I do stop myself when like, first off, have that in my mind that if a monster falls asleep, stop hitting on it and all of that. Nice. Congratulations on that small crown. That is, I'm happy it's fine, but I do know myself that I could have gone in there without realizing had somebody else planned a bombing run or something like that. That I do want to keep that in on my mind, that I don't bust that. Yeah, that would have been quite nice, but Gendrome, in this case, himself decided against that. And, yeah, reminded me that I do want to look out for these kind of things. I have almost forgotten something now. Yes, we can leave. Okay. I forgot that this is at the Arctic Ridge. I will need to sacrifice a stake to the cold temperatures between Grimclaw 3 and 4. A nice round of cracks. And this was a very quick goodbye from this Tigrex. Okay. Oh, thank you. You're not having one yourself? Oh, okay. You were waiting for to kill this one before eating it. Yeah, thank you very much. This is helpful. Hot drinks have become a little bit of something I tend to forget because of the armor, because I don't need to check for cool drinks. It's, I think, a very nice idea from the devs. I do prefer the drinks generally. But that is absolutely personal preference. Yeah, I'm not sure this one is going to be very happy. Dash juices are another way of curbing that problem. And now that I think about it, the main reasons why I'm not using... Damn it! Neither dash juices nor the hot and chill meat is because they require a few extra steps and additional ingredients before to be able to use them. So I prefer items that are less work to get. Let's put it like that. Okay, that's the last carve. Raven, thank you very much for having gone ahead. And luckily for the bold, well, they're not here, so lucky for them. If there had been a Bullfango over there, I would have gone and tried to remove it. I can understand that. And especially if you have eaten in such a way that you're not maximized on stamina, it does make sense. On the other hand, though, if you have 5 drinks for about 10 minutes, that feels like a full quest. But it's not necessarily one. There are some where the duration is shorter, or some when you cart, you do need to reapply it. So you successfully mounted Old Fatalis, Normal Fatalis, and Elatrion. All G rank difficulty. Yeah, that is, especially if you then also manage to have them fall down, and I think that is what you mean with successfully mounted. That is a nice feat. Congrats. Yeah, Ingle Isle is absolutely one of those where the duration and everything might combine to be a little bit too short. And as of such, yeah, that is a useful idea. I will keep it in mind for times when I realize that I need too long for a quest. Unfortunately, yes, I do. That is limited to single player. Although, I think I could make an exception today, since... Now, that is not so useful. But I do think, because I'm currently the main one selecting quests, I could make an exception. So, after this one, if you do want to redeem it, we can go on a low rank Great Macau. It's going to be a massacre, though. Indeed, that makes that helpful. Thank you. Okay. Nothing in. I'll need to do it later. But thank you very much, Tira. But I do need to refill the glass, and that is currently a bit stressful. Okay, there we have the tail. Okay. Yeah, that was... Thank you. Actually... In this case, it's actually even more confused than last time, since I actually wanted to go for Hellblade, but selected the wrong quest. That's a little bit embarrassing, I have to say. But I do need more of his tickets, so it's not a big deal. And he is a very fun fight. In a way, I got confused. In another way, I think I just went somewhere about here is correct, and then chose the correct level, but didn't double check the opponents. But yeah, it's a little bit embarrassing. Okay, then we have the tail. So paralyze dual blades because the weapon Chair is bringing is poison element. So I'm guessing that with Raven's dual blades, Para Thunder mix. Okay, yeah, that's quite a nice combination if the, especially if the Para procs. I am not sure if there are double dual status dual blades, although I can very much be mistaken on that. I think it's mostly element and status. Kezus guards. Yeah, I can imagine that even in Rise they do feel broken. There are poison sleep dual blades. Okay, so I was mistaken, but there is then no para sleep or para poison, if I interpret that correctly. So a few more tickets here. Let me have a... No, if I need to... I don't need to fetch a new weapon because I am properly equipped for what I do want to go hunt. And while I did the hydrate, I am sitting properly. I didn't check if I am sitting properly, so that is now done as well. Has Para sleep mugs? Poison ice on the Para. Okay. Poison ice would be Geodrome Gear Prey mix. Water sleep are Plesios blades. Sleep poison, I don't know, and Thunder Para is Kezu. I do think that, no, the dual blades from Kirin should be Thunder element only, if I remember that correctly. I'm not sure from whom the sleep poison would be. That could be a mix between Skilla and none of the drones. Come on, name. The big flashy chicken. Sakura Tortaglia, which, okay, I see. Gipsaros. I would have guessed that they would have been Nerskilla de Gipsaros because Nerskilla weapons do have sleep. And they use Night Cloak Dread Queen mats. Okay. So my guess was wrong, but not too badly off. Because Nerskilla Gipsaros could have made sense as well. Oh, he doesn't have any dual blades at all. Again, I am I understand I'm showing some ignorance there, but having been focused on only long swords for a long time, such gaps in the details, I think, is not surprising. Okay. I do enjoy the detail they're putting in on your teammates' weapons. That could have been... I am, though, seriously not. If they were there, they probably had removed them by Freedom Unite. Because there is, as far as I remember, nothing in there. Although I am having a quick look at that. Reasonably so, I want to say. With how many and how fast the dual blades attack, that is very powerful. There are feline ones with para, feline and melons with a 20 para. That would be 2 with the calculation for GU. Kirin is purely thunder. The power swords are not all that useful, and that's it. So there are some, but it's a specialized weapon. The rest I'm seeing does not carry paralyze in Freedom Unite. And now I ought to focus properly on this one. I am... Okay. completely out for status weapons or status dual blades on in world. Oh yes, it's a very good weapon. Not quite as strong as the Gaelic, but it was a very, very strong longsword. Okay, yeah, there is nothing left in the dual blades. And I do seem to remember that it was the only paralyzed longsword. Indeed it was. And you had two versions of it. So you had the normal one, which was 230 attack, which was quite a bit for Freedom Unite, and 27 power, converted to the GU stats. And 330 with 24 para for the second one. So the main use one was the first one. I was saying, and to put the attack into perspective, the strongest longsword had an attack of converted of 300. So yeah, very, very good longsword. And you're playing Try Online. I personally do not care that much about the meta. I do use Element, even if it is not necessarily optimal. And our next monster will be Snow Baron here. For my part, Try is fine. It's unfortunate. I find it very unfortunate for the underwater sections in Try 3U. They should not have attempted it, and while they made it manageable, and you can really say they did their best for the Wii U and Wii release, it's absolutely not something that should have been released on the 3DS, unfortunately. And there are more ads, and I thank everybody who has some ads for their patience with enduring them. Thank you very much. No, that's not what I wanted to bring. No, this is why I'm here. And this. Okay. Remembered something important. That is quite a bit. I do think that the idea is that you spend some time on the level to get to know the monsters and to be able to craft some new weapons and armors, because the devs are pretty clear in that you do need to repeat quests in order to be able to do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's, I think, not unexpected in moments like this. But yeah, it is. It's not the worst decision the devs could have done, and I do think that it is. I do see the issue, though, that especially in reruns, you'll be stuck on a level, required to raise your hunter rank, even though you know what to do and how to proceed, and you probably got yourself the armor of the level you like. It has some pros and cons, and I would say that for the main fan base of Tri, that might have been a bigger issue, that you are locked like that, rather than, yeah, that is another thing. Oh, there he is. Okay. Snow Baron getting slammed here immediately. I can, in a way, understand the issue of the size of the roster with the work that was needed to be put into the underwater combat and monsters. And it was expanded in 3U, so that is not bad, but yeah, monster rosters very often are an issue. That was one of the big critiques for Monster Hunter Wilds as well, that its roster was that small in the beginning. Which I think was a very good idea. Portable Third had some very iconic additions onto the monster roster. I mean, we're currently well, not decimating, but we are putting a lot of pain on one of them. Zinogre was an addition, I think, in third as well. So, yeah, a lot of good stuff. But the initial focus on having both the need for the motion controls and underwater combat I do see that they would have been a very strong argument to put development time onto that more specifically rather than trying to have a big roster. Make the game as playable as you can before you go to expand the game in size. It's not great, and I can understand people being feeling put off a little bit by the small roster. Not put off, feeling bored by the small roster. I think that's the better turn of phrasing. And then, yeah, it's unfortunate. I very much am of the opinion that while they did the best they could, they should not have attempted the underwater combat. Okay, the next target is another crab in Stonefist. On the 3DS, oh god. I've made the argument several times that on the Wii U, they at least did their best and somewhat made it work. I don't like it, but they did the best they could. I don't see it working, having worked on 3DS, unfortunately. I could see the appeal of it. But it's so much work, and there is such a big and iconic roster now already that it's hard to see it happen. I think that the big issue there is a difference in tech. Switching from the Wii to the Wii U, the shaders and all of that on the hardware side, I'm very shortchanged. And I do not think that that was a choice made by the dev team in, we don't like how this looks, but we don't have these techniques. Not as far as I'm aware. They did redo the... As far as I know, the Wii U was properly new hardware. The Wii U hardware was very lightweight, even for its release. Yes, but that switch off means that there are additional tracks. Although that it doesn't work with. Do you know, Slamira, what they did on the GPU side? Because that is more important for the graphical pathways over CPU. If it is like that they only had an expanded processor and GPU, then indeed it is on the devs. If they had hardware, or like a change in hardware on the GPU side is like that they couldn't just replicate that trick, then I understand what you yeah, okay. In that case, absolutely need to be put on the devs. Damn it, I was hoping to arrive as... Okay, not really getting that timing down. Okay, this was a very quick jaunt compared to some of the other quests today. Okay, and thank you, Raven, for going ahead to close out the quest. Okay. For the GPU has a big difference here. One is an ATI, although isn't ATI the old name for AMD? Oh, bloody hell. I need to... No, I do want... Bloody hell. Brain, come on. Freedom was made pretty quickly, but it's running on the same engine, on the same console. So... adding stuff there could be done very quickly. It's basically an extension of the base game after all. Okay. Let's go for another Dread Queen, and then we'll have a Toad coming up. And they hit it very, very well. I mean, I still enjoy that trailer to today. And I'm happy to hear that it's warming up for you. I did mute. Sorry, since when was I muted? Hopefully not terribly long. Might have happened when I was looking up the chips of the Wii U and Wii. For there are... since... okay. Bloody hell, I'm so sorry. So... basically, I looked up the graphics processors, and while ATI was bought by AMD, the chips are very different, and I do see that the graphical pipelines you've built for one don't work on the other, and that in combination with the work you have to do, or you want to do, to bring more monsters in, and all of that, supporting the double screen that the Wii U has. There's a lot of difference in the GPU department. So I can absolutely see that some graphical effects from one game don't return in another. Okay, no tail swipe towards me. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I'm going to more fully heal up myself too. Yeah, I do enjoy their iterative approach for that specifically. Bloody hell. Luckily, it didn't hold for that long. I am, though, while I'm not privy to the information in detail, I did think that Nargacuga, while based on the same model, had a bit more than just let's make Tigrex but faster, because Tigrex was not a slow monster. It was not a very complicated or special monster in some regards, but it's fast in Freedom Unite. Its charges are very fast and very long from time to time. Okay. Okay, I'm getting tailed again now. Yeah, I'm getting tailed again. Thanks a lot. And I do need another... I think I am going to go take a nap and come back. Bloody hell. I really need to focus for the second one. This is a little bit embarrassing. Yeah. That is unfortunate. I hope that you will find something. Yeah. I mean, I think very often trying to get an idea to work first before perfecting it is very important. It may even have been that they wanted, that their first idea was a monster reminiscent of Nargacuga. They didn't quite manage that at first, and so they had Tigrex, which then got which gave them the experience they needed to know how to do Nargacuga properly. It is a very solid approach, I think. And it is something that, especially in something as complex as game design, gives you time and experience to start more complicated projects or to have more complicated design elements for later on. So yeah, I do think that's a good idea, or has been a good idea. I'm not sure if they still... No, I would say that that is not an issue we need to worry about with modern Monster Hunter. Yeah, I absolutely get that. Monster Hunter has been having a huge impact on general game design and so on, especially since the release of World. But in Japan, it has had impact for a lot longer. The mainline games were good and liked in Japan, but not as much as the portable ones. It was really in the portable games where Monster Hunter excelled in Japan. Vermont white cheddar mac and cheese. Well, I do hope that you'll enjoy your cheesy breakfast or cheesy brunch. It's a bit too late for breakfast, it's a bit too early for proper lunch, so brunch it is. So, yeah, well, I'm happy to see what other people can do with the Monster Hunter formula. It is unfortunately such that a lot of people don't really do it justice, unfortunately. And that is disheartening sometimes to see. And thank you very much, Raven, for going ahead and closing out the quest. Thank you. 10 a.m. I can agree with that as brunch. Do, 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 do. That is absolutely fine. Thank you for having joined. Chair, we had a lot of great fights, so have a good rest of your Sunday, and yeah. Thank you very much for having been here. Well, Dread King at one point needs to be tackled as well. Okay. Need to do a lot of squinting now. That is some more tickets for Dread Queen. Drill Tusk is next, so that is water. And water is here. I can do the items afterwards. Drill Tusk. It's not that bad. So, for example, I'm sitting here at about arm's length from the monitor, like a little bit more. I can read the big text, but I have at the same length about the Excel file, I cannot read the text properly. I have minus 1.5. No, it's plus. Is it plus or minus? I don't quite remember. But it's 1.5, 1.75. So it's not too bad. It's bad enough that I'm not allowed to drive without glasses, which, I mean, is fine by me. I am very used to just putting them on in the morning and taking them off in the evening, and then that works out. But at the distance here, I do need to squint at chat, and I do need to squint at the Excel I use to keep track of everything. It depends. This pair was not even sure. The glasses were such that they were completely covered for by insurance. And the frame was not one of the most expensive ones, but I did not really... it was the one pair that, with the current fashion in glasses, was on the small end. Hello, Fury. No, you're not too late. I still have about 1.5 hours before I need to end stream for today. So you are welcome in to do some hunts together. Okay, but I do need to focus. A little bit more, even though I'm only missing fine detail. Absolutely. We'll be finishing this quest. We have a second toad that needs eliminating. Yeah, I was hoping to find... I do have my old glasses over here. I've been using these until they completely fallen apart because this is the size I actually like in glasses. As you know, the glasses I'm currently wearing are quite a bit bigger. But current fashion is huge glasses, which I don't like, especially not if all of this I don't really need in glasses. So, and then also once it starts going above the eyebrows, that's just too big. Yeah, for some of them, absolutely I need to squint hard. Its tusks are large enough that they are obvious enough. But I had to take off the glasses yesterday as well. And some breaks there, especially on the wing, or what was it? Rathian? Those were hard to see without glasses. And that was my fault. That's not because it wasn't wearing glasses. I think it showed up properly on my end. Okay, here we have the toad down. Thank you very much for going ahead, Raven. I don't mind, but please make some smaller glasses. We don't all need like those huge ones. So I think I'm allowed to put my glasses back on. If I just show the comparison with these, that's a big difference. That's about, yeah, a good centimeter at the lower end. That is that those are shorter, and the main issue is actually not a monocle. I do need correction on both eyes, but small glasses, like all of this lower end, I'm not looking out of, and it is it's an issue for VR glasses, because I do need my proper glasses with them, and then the size restrictions there makes it awkward to put these huge frames in. And I'm happy that you are warming up, Tira. The next one is a 5 and 6 Silverwind. If you do think that the size from before is pea size, then yes, but and it's not that I mind that other people have the option to buy big glasses, but just give me something smaller, please. Okay. I do hope that Fury has been able to do whatever he needs. Although the end of the quest there was pretty quick. Okay, I'm not hearing anything from him. I think we have another few minutes before he comes in. So let's just quickly kill these two then as well. I am happy to hear that you enjoyed your cheesy breakfast. Cheese indeed makes for very delicious meals. Oh, on this save file I want to say Charge Blade. Although there are a few that just have a 1. And I do think that basically... Although Gunlance might also be in there. I'm not a fan of Gunlance. But it might be a big tie. I don't think I use Switch Axe very often. At least on this file, not more than once, I want to say, or twice. I am very much a longsword main. I have, honestly, I don't find Narga all that punishing towards Adept. But I am... Narga is, after all, my favorite monster. So maybe there is some bias over there. Of course he's kicking me out. Of course. We're approaching an entrance, and of course Narga cannot hold back and he has to kick me out. I loved Narga ever since first fighting him in Freedom Unite. Okay, I see. I see that the parry would be doing quite some stuff there, but for longsword, I am sticking absolutely with Adept. I've tried 1 or 2 Valor runs. It's not for me, not with the longsword. The Adept style has been so engraved in me ever since, well, I'll explain, ever since Freedom Unite. So, as I said, I liked him from the beginning, from ever, when he showed up in Freedom Unite. And his armor has the evade extender and evade skill that increases your evade window, so you have more time, you have more iframes. And that, together with already playing a more dodge heavy style and enjoying the longsword very much, has led me to build up all of this So, yeah. There's a lot I can be thankful towards Nargacuga for. Okay, I can see the lance. You'll be either doing a lot of charges or a lot of putting your lance away to get some speed to run over him and then get a hit or two in before he jumps away again. And can the lance parry his tail slam without the guard skill? If it can, it's going to make the fight a lot easier. But for some reason I have in mind that the lance cannot do that. Oh, absolutely. Fatalis is very deadly. I found an easier way to fight him in Freedom Unite, which is you gun him. A contour bow. The bow itself feels illegally strong in Freedom Unite. No, in Freedom 2 it was even worse, and they nerfed it. But take the ammo box, and you're basically back to the old bow, and it does a ton of damage. And that, together with a guts and focus on the armor, if you want, the easiest set you'll be able to do that with is Lavasioth. So that is my approach to Freedom Unite Fatalis. In this, I would be guessing that that would be working out as well. Solo, I absolutely bring the bow, but we did in groups fight Fatalis with some bowguns as well. The Shakalaka bowgun was our favorite in there because it has the rapid fire dragon element. And Raven, thank you very much again for going ahead. So, but if I understand how your lance approach, you were standing around waiting for Nargacuga to come towards you. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. They are very tough. I think as a team, as a 4-player team back with Freedom Unite, we got normal Fatalis down to a 50-50 2-round kill, or a definite 3-round kill. Crimson, we managed to get him down to a 3-round kill with the bows, and old Fatalis always was like 3 or 4. That is absolutely fine, Raven. Thank you very much for having joined me for all this time. It's been a lot of fun having some help on these hunts. I hope that the grind was not too annoying for you. So thank you very much for having joined me. And Fury, if you're unable to join, it's unfortunate. I would have welcomed you in. It would have been a lot of fun, but I understand. And if there are things that you need to take care of, then absolutely do that first. My stream is, as always, secondary to anything else going on with you. Okay. Yeah, that is indeed something very nice that you can do. I am very much more used to solo hunting. It only works if you can have the monster run away. With the modern approach, any monster needs to be killed, and there is no running away, and there is no rematch with a monster you fought before. On one hand, I understand it. It makes the grind for some of the materials much more convenient. So, for example, if you are grinding, or if you're trying to grind for large Elder Dragon jewels, with every kill you have better chances of getting it because you're getting the complete rewards plus possible breaks. So you're not... You're compacting all of that time down to something a lot less... Yeah, annoying. Big Elder Dragon jewels in Freedom Unite feel like impossible to get because of that. Running away of the Elder Dragons and all of that. Having lost that and having gone back, like last year, back to Freedom Unite, I actually miss that. But I can understand both sides there, that you do want to have some faster material drops. In the end, I do miss it. Let's go through all the tickets we've gathered. That is Dual Blade for Snow Baron. Stone Fist has Hammer. I wasn't aware that they had released Freedom Unite on the Apple Store. But what surprises me the most about that is that they had proper multiplayer servers. It's understandable for the PlayStation Portable that they did not have multiplayer service, but I feel like I would have probably been doing a lot more multiplayer in general had that been accessible, although then with the internet we had back then, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. That's actually a really good price. And if you still have it and It's still working. That is great. I think there is a lot to be said for services that keep working for as long as people are enjoying access to it. So we pushed that up to 8. Of course, there is always the issue with the hardware access, but even them keeping the servers alive is something that I think is should be praised. Too many companies just go like, okay, we're not really seeing a lot of work or a lot of people here anymore, and we can just shut it down for interest has gone lost. I mean, yeah, it's really unfortunate how quickly and how in a way uncaringly they are shutting the service down nowadays. I do understand that servers have bring additional costs and all of that, but I mean, come on. Light bowgun is the next one. Harathian fire. And I do not have enough for this. The 60 FPS is definitely very nice that they added that. That is something that I would have wanted on the PSP as well, but I do understand that that hardware just was not strong enough to really be able to do it properly. What I do very much appreciate, though, is the fact that the that with PPSSPP that we can both have the quality of life of 60 frames and higher internal resolutions, and I have also a viewer last year gave me a texture pack for it. It looks great. Somebody has put a lot of effort into putting on some new textures there, and it didn't really need anything else. Just a few textures. That is, and that is, I think, seriously impressive for a game that old. Oh, no. No, no. Don't. I've done it once. And I was sitting there for 2 hours, cleaning it back up, and it was less cluttered than it is right now. I have a lot more in there at the moment. No. These, please. And that is something... Oh, come on. I quite would hope that the modern games would bring back is proper manual item boxes, please. I've been working on this on and with this system for decades almost now. Please Please give it back to me. And that is all of the silver winds done. Yes. Bloody hell, no. Still have a lot more to do. And again, we have ads incoming on the top of the hour as usual. So thank you everybody who sees them with and during those ads. Thank you very much. Crystal Beard is next. We have a great sword. Yeah. And then sword and shield. Hammer. And if I have counted the tickets correctly, yes, hunting horn. There we go. I very much understand that these incremental updates, as they're coming in, are first going to be applied to new releases. But what I find most impressive is that the engine can handle those additions that smoothly. So that basically tells me that with the correct power, even back then, it would have been very feasible to have that kind of quality on the PlayStation Portable. And that is seriously an impressive feat for hardware that old and being portable. So Sony really did do a lot for their handheld market. And I am missing stuff here. I have more tickets. Okay, if I do see this correctly, this is going to be pulling... Yeah, this is going to be pulling over into the level 7 tickets. Nothing I can do there now. Let's see for Thunderlord. We'll be at the dual blades. Yeah, and I do want to get through here. Oh. And I need some basic Zinogre material. Let me see how far that... Okay. Going to have to do a lot of normal Zinogre here. I do wonder why I don't have any of it. Or was that even low rank? Let me have a look. Electro Fur, is that high rank or is that low rank? I'm not sure right now. I'll have a look afterwards. Let me first see how far I can get. Here. Did I do the hammer or did I do the hunting horn? Raiden, that's the hunting horn, not the hammer. I do need to be careful putting that in correctly or I'll be very confused later. And then light bowgun probably doesn't work as well. No, light bowgun does work. So that is 6. And the bow needs more horn. Let's see if we can put the other tickets into the armor. I can. Okay. That is good, but I do need to schedule some mid-ranking, some high rank normal Xenogrey hunts. Grimclaw coming up. There's a lot of tickets there as well. I do really understand what you mean, but you have to remember that back in the day, it wasn't just Monster Hunter that was releasing with a similar quality. Very much so, because patching was not really something you would be able to do. If you worked a release, especially on consoles, that would be the version people would be ending up with and playing for, well, basically ever. And if it was bad, that would get a lot of attention, and you'd not be selling very many copies. And more than just the fact that that was an issue, I think it was that it created a higher, I don't want to say standard, but a higher threshold for what people considered done back in the day. Okay, let me have a look. Did I do the lance? Yeah, I did do the lance already. That is very good to hear. I hope that it will climb a little bit further still. So that's a 6. And can I do the bow? Yes. Why am I not using those? Bloody hell. Okay. And I think I had one more ticket. So we'll be putting that into its armor. Indeed, one more ticket. But I'll be very honest, I do miss the times when companies would just release finished games. More than just being finished, though, they were complete as well. While they had the secondary release for Monster Hunter Freedom, for example, where you had the base version, and then you had Freedom Unite, or like Freedom 2, Freedom Unite. It felt a lot more than the expansions that were common in those days. So you would be getting a base game. My to-go example is StarCraft. StarCraft released its base game feeling very complete, and then the expansion added on some more units, some more detail, basically. But even for the base game, you never felt like you'd be like they really. It was an incomplete version of a game that should have been different. You got like the entirety of the new campaigns you've got, and there's a ton there that made the games just feel a lot better, feel a lot less, I think I have to say, less of a troublesome proposition to buy, especially if there is already word of mouth that it's not all that good. Will it get fixed nowadays, or will it just be tossed aside? Yeah. During that time, the entirety of the industry looked a lot more solid. Okay, 102. No idea what that is in Celsius. About 30? Oh no. No, that's almost 40. I hope you can stay cool, or I don't know. We don't have these temperatures for very long if we have them in summer, so I don't know if you can really get used to them. I guess in a way you can, but I can see that it's going to be a bit of an issue. Let's put it like that. It's hot. It's a hot day for you. Okay. With that, I should have done most of the housekeeping here. The melding pot has finished as well. Protection plus 10. That might be a talisman I'd like to keep. Psychic, not so much. And there was an 11. I was too quick. We'll see. Let's keep the protection one. Okay, okay. You got me with that. Assumptions. Let's put it like that. It's water attack. Okay, I can just fold that back into. But I do not have enough left over. That's fair. And I guess that also explains why you gave the temperature in Fahrenheit rather than Celsius, because that is what you would have seen. We had a handicraft plus 2 with 3 slots. If that had at least been a plus 6, that would have been nice. No, Kelvin would be 310, if I haven't made a mistake. About 300 degrees no, about 300 Kelvin. It's not degrees Kelvin, it's just Kelvin. But I know a lot of colleagues that do that mistake as well. Okay. I do seem to have 3 here. Oh no, I did want to keep the protection one here. Yeah, that is cold. That is a seriously cold temperature, 100 Kelvin. Oh, sorry, you meant 102 in Kelvin. Okay, my mind did not go that route immediately, because that's not a temperature we ever will observe. Well, you should never say never. There is going to be a time when our planet will be colder than that, but currently we will not have a place on Earth that is going to get that cold outside of a lab. No natural temperature will ever drop that low. Let me put in some new raw meat. And then I think I am going to have a look at... Do I have a Zinogre, like 2 or 3 Zinogas I can go hunt to carve up a little bit? Basically, yes. It is basically when all energy has been removed from the particles, which then later on turns out that's not exactly possible. So it is defined as the lowest possible reachable temperature before the quantum before quantum effects kick in and do not allow any more removal of energy. Which also basically makes it impossible to ever achieve 0 Kelvin, because like the speed of traveling up to the speed of light, the troubles get exponentially harder to remove that energy, and so 0 itself is not reachable. Very, very close is, but saying basically the atoms themselves freeze and stop moving is correct. It's yeah. We're in the peaks. I actually don't need anything else. Yeah, so only minus 700 at 273.14.99999 repeating. Okay, if I were to start some speculation there, is he going to be able to survive those temperatures? That is a very... So, technically, it is not a survivable temperature from the simple fact that at that temperature, atomic bonds would be impossible. So... ever reaching absolute 0 would mean that its constituent matter would just start to dissolve, not allowing for any leftover scales or anything to even remain to grow a new Fatalis out of. But how applicable that is to this game universe, I could not really tell you. I would seriously not be surprised if Fatalis actually could do that. We know from Monster Hunter 4 4U that they do have eggs and can hatch from eggs, but the simple... Okay, that is somewhat weird. Not going to say that is absolutely surprising, but with his like regen. So Nergigante can do some photosynthesis with in his spikes or something like that. And stuff like that are a big part of the reason I said I don't want to speculate too far. Because it can only get you this far before you have events that are not even theoretically possible to explain or even theoretically possible in our world. Let's put it like that. It is a very cool idea for Nergigante. It fits very well with his big regen, with the fact that he is munching on Elder Dragons. I would have preferred them not going into that life force stuff, just being like, yeah, the Elder Dragons provide a lot more energy or something like that. Although that is a pet peeve of mine and not anything that the game itself is doing wrong. I'm looking at it a little bit differently, which is not exactly canon, but it fits me better. So while it is a great idea for a game, that is something that would absolutely be impossible to happen in real life. So speculating on what a monster can and cannot survive feels basically impossible. Not that it is a slight towards the game. It's a game, it's a fantasy world. I'll just go fetch the tail before coming back. It's a fantasy world. It's a cool idea for Nergigante, for example, but yeah. What I'm trying to say is that it limits how much you can reasonably speculate how that works. Although, while I do know that Kezu don't lay eggs, I'm not exactly sure how they spawn the larvae. I almost imagined it was more like slugs, which are basically dimorphic. An individual can be both genders at the same time. Yeah, there is something in that. It's a very interesting question. I have to say, Crimson Glow does not feel as much as a corrupted version, but just a different version of Valstrax. I can see the corruption idea in the dragon element. I never felt like that personally, that it was necessarily corrupting. Just that it had a huge energy requirement. If we are going with dragon element is corrupting, then we need to have a look at how prevalent it is, because a lot of the Elder Dragons are weak to it, meaning that it's unlikely that they are producing it themselves, so to say. Yes, that is a good way to be putting Crimson Glow. Tira, yes, that's a very... Yeah. And not being able to control your energy does put a big strain on your body, on your mind. As far as we speculate how much of a mind they have, I think we can all agree that a lot of animals are a lot smarter than we gave them credit for in the for the longest time. And the big thing about Savage Devilio before corruption is that it is a Devilio that has cannibalized another one of its species. Fair enough, but even then they're... And also, what is really hard to say, let's take Kushala Daora for as an example. Kushala is very much ice and wind are his domain, are what he controls. So, does he have a lot of draconic energy that would corrupt him in the way that, for example, Crimson Glow has a lot of draconic energy if we're going with the corruption idea? Same for Teostra, same for, or similar for Valkana. Absolutely. So... Oh yeah, okay, you mean Kushala. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're getting at. So you have a little bit that at least can become over a long time. So the corruption process would be slower than others. Okay, so Savage absolutely is then driven mad by the dragon energy until his hunger does not make a difference between mate or food, in as so far that he's also known to be a cannibal in that, and then that might accelerate the corruption, transforming him into Savage. Crimson Glow just not being able to outgrow his energy anymore, whether that might be a disturbance from young on, so Crimson Glow becoming normal Valstrax, becoming Crimson Glow again when he's too old and has accumulated too much. Yes, that is a very interesting thing. Would that energy corrupt Stygian as in Proxima? Of him just being close and thus being... or risking corruption at least. Yeah, but it could definitely get into his system. But we're getting too far. I do want to focus on the basic on the basic on the simpler discussion of trying to see how that corruption takes hold and how then that could be applied to other ones. Savage indeed does seem consumed by the dragon element. As if he's close to burning his own body with it. Maybe in that regard, bloody hell, name. Sorry. Maybe there is some similarity then on how that works and Bloodbath works. It is warming up for you, Tira. I'm happy about that. Or happy for you about that. I think that's more correct. I'm trying to find a way how that would affect. Oh, okay. For Kushala, I am starting to get an idea on how it could work. Not saying that's how it would work, but how it could work, and that would be deadly. Unless we see otherwise, I would speculate that Kushala cannot grow old enough to showcase that complete corruption by the dragon energy. In that Kushala needs to mold his old rusted skin off, and if we have the idea of dragon energy being corrupting, that is going to accelerate that rusting process the older that Kushala gets, and at one point he cannot regenerate quickly enough to be able to shed, and then dies because, well, his skin is really rusting off of him. Yeah, that is definitely the way I was stepping up to it, and starving De Villiers seems to be fitting into that nicely. Crystal Beard was the idea. So we have that being eaten away and being part of the corruption, which I would then say it basically kills Kushala before he has a chance to really get strongly corrupted with it. Let me just quickly go back. What Alatreon? Ooh, Alatreon is a very interesting question. I think to be able to give an answer for Alatreon, I think we need to have a look at the origin of the draconic energies, which I would peg as Fatalis, and thus that would make Fatalis immune to those effects. Like in Rise, you had Malzeno being suffering the effects but overcoming them of the affliction, and Geismagorm being the origin of it. Oh, bloody hell, I thought I was on time there. Okay, I'm getting rolled over now, probably. Or jaw smashed. I'm getting rolled over. It's a good question. That part is a good question. And I think I have a pretty simple answer. I'm going to peg Savage Devilio over Starving Devilio, because Savage Devilio has already proven that he can kill another Devilio. Alatreon is the big question. I've established Fatalis so far as being immune, and then growing onto immense power later, and then being able to do the lightning element in Old Fatalis. Although he is weak to... Haha. No, I think you are right, Tira, and I am wrong. Dragon element is not the origin, or is not originating with Fatalis. He is weak to it. Which would make it a lot more likely that, although I would peg Fatalis or Old Fatalis as the strongest monster in the Monster Hunter universe, Alatreon would be the source of the dragon element itself, and he has it enough under control that he can completely switch it off, which also would, if there is a corroding or corrupting effect on his body, that he can then switch it off long enough in order to be able to repair any damage done by the dragon element that has occurred while he is actively using it. So I'll pick him as the origin and thus immune to the corruption effects. And Fatalis just being too strong and too regenerative to be long-term affected with it, allowing him to grow into his immense strength as Old Fatalis. I'm not sure if I am going... Fatalis is a bit more complicated on that, I think. Let me put a pin into that. I do think that there is definitely something going on, but whether it is Alatreon pushing the element into the Dracophage bugs, I would not say. I would rather say that the Dracophage bugs, similar to the two Thunderbugs, have found an element they can nourish themselves on and have grown immune. The Dracophage bugs, I would say, are immune to the dragon element, especially with what their name suggests, that they are eating dragon, in this case dragon element. I would peg them as immune as well, but not the origin of the element. Fatalis is not what you would say nice or sane compared to what we as humanity see, but I think the big question there is what happened in the past. How did that big civilization fall, and I have like some hit cannon there, but maybe Fatalis is a monster that has been infused with Dragon Element to the point of becoming Fatalis. I can speculate there, I do not know. Exactly, but what does that mean? For example, becoming powerful, gaining some limited amount of control over the Dragon Element, and then experimenting with a small monster, like something similar maybe to the Jagras, something like that, and then really putting element into it until those mutated into something that became Fatalis. And it is held in legend that Mother Nature, so to say, stopped those excesses. There's a lot of speculation on there as well. And Never Be Game Over, hello, welcome. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, it is my current big grind game. Although, unlike Jal, I am not a speedrunner in Monster Hunter myself. And yes, this is Deviant time. Still have a lot of Deviants to kill. Yeah, there's some interesting speculation for sure there, Slamyron. If you do and you want some help, I'm streaming every weekend and I'm happy to help out in multiplayer. Yeah, it is very grindy, but it's also a lot of fun. And if you think Rise superior to the other games, I am happy that you have found a big game, a Monster Hunter game that you really like. And my big issue is that if I'm going purely with nostalgia, my favorite Monster Hunter game would be Freedom Unite, but my favorite one would be, this is the game I'm going to be playing if ever I'm set on an island and I can only take one Monster Hunter game, that's going to be GU. So, but I am happy that you have that you enjoy Rise. That's all that there is to it. Okay, Luca, could you come over, please? That we can take this one into the trap you laid down. Yeah, I absolutely feel similar there. I don't find the anomalies or the afflicted monsters too bad in Rise, although, yeah. I think that is what you were talking about, though. Might have mistaken some world talk for Rise there, and if that is the case, please correct me. We were speculating about how Dragon Element would corrupt different monsters. Whew. Okay. So, yeah, we have... my... So, either Alatreon or Fatalis is at the origin, and I would, as I said, even with the new speculation, I definitely would peg Alatreon as the origin of it. Okay, I see. I haven't gotten that far quite yet in my own Rise grind. But the reason might be that I'm playing Rise solo as well, mainly. Oh, bloody hell. Ouch! Stop that. Okay. Yeah, it is very grindy. It is probably, if you want to have all of it, a lot more grindy than all the Deviants and their stuff. Honestly, I don't mind it. I'm just not finding the time to really sink my teeth into that particular grind. But also, I wonder how much, thinking about Fatalis and the corruption and all of that, how would the impact be of Fatalis' intelligence? Was he intelligent beforehand? Did he become intelligent with his transformation? Did he need to transform at all, or was he basically a ex nihilo event? There's a lot that even in the speculation I feel would need an answer. Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he can. How that, or at least how that is handled in the lore. And 3,700 hours is a lot of time. I only have 500 hours myself in Rise. If he can, then I absolutely can see an old Fatalis going back in time, spawning as the first Fatalis, and then creating offspring in the Black Fatalis to help him do all the heavy lifting of destroying a world. Black Fatalis, as far as I know, is not weak against fire. Let me have a look, though. He's definitely weak against... That could be. It could be his second one. Yeah, Dragon Fire. And then you have Crimson Fatalis. Reducing his fire weakness by a lot. And let me jump out of the quest. I did kill the 2 and I can just hand in the tickets now. Sorry. So Crimson Fatalis is... Or am I wrong here? No, okay. Dragon is the big one, fire is the second one, so that could fit. But his lore does say he exists to kill humans, and he hates humanity, he hates civilization. So that part is absolutely... you're not wrong there. It's hard to put on definitive statements here. But an old Fatalis just appearing in the past when civilization was at its peak and then destroying all of it. Not a bad thing, not a bad idea. For me, it always throws up the idea of, okay, fair enough, but how does that... we still haven't solved the first Fatalis arriving, because the life cycle would then become a circle. It's a similar question I'm always posing myself with the appearance of the Illithid in D&D. Are they just a big circle doomed to forever repeat? Which I think might be more feasible for Fatalis, because they are being killed. But so are Illithid. And we don't know if, unlike the Illithid brain, old Fatalis may be mortal or immortal. There's a lot we need to assume in order to slowly start to get an answer in. Okay, coming up to... No, I do not have the time, unfortunately, for another big monster. I do need to start to finish up stream now. But this is definitely something I do want to pick up on next weekend, and expanding on this speculation. Neverby, I am very much a longsword main. I've mained longsword ever since it got introduced to the series in Freedom Unite. Got the Nargacuga armor, fell in love with the evade and evade extend skills, and been playing a very evade focused style with the longsword ever since. And Adept in GU feels handcrafted for me. I hope that you're really having a lot of fun in Rise, Tira. I know I would have fun, but this grind here is just that tiny bit more fun, or GU in general. It's just that little bit more fun in general for me. They are very nice and very fun styles, although everybody should try out and find their own style, and it's not like you can say that you... There are meta and there are objective reasons why one approach is better than another, but with it being a co-op game, I do feel like people should play what is most fun for them rather than what is most optimal. Of course, for Jal, he's doing speedruns. He does need to look at optimums and stuff. But if you're not doing something competitive like that, I think you should be playing whatever you enjoy the most, or what you want to play in that moment. I'm going to take one last step here into the speculation we had with up to here. I'll be thinking about that Lao Shenlong idea here. I'm not sure. It does make sense if he were running from a Fatalis. That is not something that I see as not being able to be true. Lao is big, he's cumbersome, he's not going to be able to fight Fatalis very easily. So, while it might have been a convenient excuse, I don't think that it is something. I very much think that if that were to happen, that Lao would try, and if able, he would just run away. Okay, it's a little bit earlier than usual. I am having a look at possible raid targets. As always, if you do have suggestions, please put them into chat and I'll be taking them into consideration. Lao would be impossible. Even if he had wings, it'd be impossible for him to fly. And yes, Lao does rhyme like that. I think I'll be leaving you with Loon Moon today. She is also currently playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Rurikahan. Let me have a look. Let me have a look if I can find him. I did not see him in the list, but the name was vaguely familiar. He might not be online at this time. I am not finding any channel if I am looking for him for live channels. I don't mind doing it, but currently I don't seem to be able to find him, so the chances are good that with his settings I'm not able to raid him, that I'm indeed too small. I'm not sure why I've found him, but I cannot find him as a raid target for myself at the moment. I can try. Let me give me a second. I do need to raid command how it works. Do I need the @ or not? I'll give it a try to rate him. I am not... If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And that'll be that. We'll be raiding over to Loon Moon. So, quick schedule. Monday, Friday, and next weekend, both days, are going to be taking place at my usual time. Today was an exception. There is some family stuff. Nothing bad, but they need some of my time, and that would have completely messed up the last hour, so I decided to move the stream ahead. So normal time for those 4 days is from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Standard Time. I'll be streaming Mass Effect 2 next Monday and Friday, and more Monster Hunter starting out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate for next weekend. That can be the case, yeah. Then let's do that. I am going to be wishing all of you a great time, and I forgot, Thursday I'm going to be playing more Supreme Commander. And I do remember for Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, that is going to get slotted in once I finish up with Supreme Commander. So, with that being said, we'll be raiding out to Loon Moon. As I said, she is currently also streaming Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. That's a good question. I think that exists in both languages. You do need to remember that the characters can be both used in China and in Japan. So I think that's a double... that's used in both languages. Yes, kanji are shared. I do not have the time, unfortunately, to explain all of that, and I do want to thank you, Shamyron and Slamiron, and all the others, Tira, Fury, everybody who hunted with me today. Thank you very much for the hunts, and thank you very much for having been here. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. I hope you had an enjoyable stream. I hope you're going to have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Again, I do hope to see you all soon, but if not, please have a great time. I am sorry. Please have a great time, everybody, until we do see each other again. Yeah, and until then, again, sorry, Slamaran, and I'm not too good with endings right now. Sorry for rambling. Until we do see each other next time, goodbye.